Okay, I think we are finally set up. Let's get to the main screen already. And good evening, everyone. Yeah, we are back to doing art fight attacks. Yeah, let's get to that screen, shall we? Okay, there we go. So, how do I work? I think I'll go ahead and do a reaction to the video that I should have ultimately done a long time ago. Magic Mush's video on the story of Tim Buckley. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't get to it sooner, but okay, we're doing it now, so let's get to it, shall we? Oh, yeah. Okay. There we go. Yeah, that would have sucked if I forgot to turn the desktop audio on. I do enjoy minimal start.
Seven lines. These 7 lines, believe it or not, are a monument to show the vast difference between the real world, the online world, and the people who inhabit those worlds. You show these 7 lines to the average person in the real world, and they won't have a single fucking clue what they mean. Show these 7 lines to a person online, and they'll know exactly what they mean. But that's because there's a ton of context behind them, and I'm here to tell you what that context is. Back in the 2000s, a completely different era, video games were a constant hot topic of debate, namely how realistic and violent they were getting, and how they were corrupting our youth, perhaps even a product of the devil himself. Whenever a major tragedy happened, somehow, in some way, video games were to blame, and something needed to be done about them. This pushback against video games led to some gamers needing a way to vent their frustrations, and so they turned to online communication through message boards and such, who thought this entire thing was ridiculous. The fact they were now seen as some violent hooligans that need to be put on a leash. Some of these oppressed individuals would show their love for video games in various ways, but one individual would rise above the rest and be the hero the online gaming community needed. This is Tim Buckley, also known by other aliases such as Bumtickley and Tim Fuckley. Tim Buckley was a webcomic artist from the early 2000s who made a huge splash on the internet and gaming culture in ways he did and probably didn't intend to, and we're going to dive into why that is. Strap yourselves in and hold your children tight. Welcome to
Yeah, it's kind of weird when you start to think about it, but back in the day, Tim Buckley was a very divisive person. I mean, he's kind of divisive now, but only in the ways of, do you know him for loss, or do you know that he happened to have improved as a person? And, yeah, spoiler, he actually kind of has.
If you want to talk about webcomics, well, at least the gaming-themed ones, it can all be traced back to Penny Arcade. This was the first major webcomic that really took off and inspired generations of internet comics going forward. First started in 1998. God, I'm as old as this webcomic.
Yeah, kind of odd to think about, but Penny Arcade... give me a second. Sorry, my camera's frozen. Fucking need technical difficulties. Okay, never mind, my camera's working fine. Weird. Okay. Let's see, where was I? Right. Yeah, kind of weird to think about nowadays, but this one webcomic started a multimedia empire. There's now freaking conventions because of this webcomic. There are, to this day, clones of this comic. It was that impactful. And it's just two dudes just commenting on the gaming industry with occasional original story arcs mixed in for good measure. Story arcs that have nothing to do with gaming. Yeah, I suppose you have to fill your other stories somehow.
Its success led to charities, conventions, appearances in video games.
Yeah,
Penny
exactly.
Arcade is the one that started it all. But we're not talking about them today. We're talking about somebody else. A man named Tim Buckley, a huge nerd and gamer who drew in his free time, looked at Penny Arcade and thought to himself, hey, I could do that. And so he created Control-Alt-Delete. And that's all there is to the creation of the series. What more do you really need? Control-Alt-Delete is a comic series made specifically for gamers. It's filled with gamer humor only gamers from around the time would get. It focuses specifically on a group of 4 people, and sometimes breaking off from that for one-off joke comics with different characters. We're going to go over the main 4 really quickly so you can get a feel for the comic for the few of you who don't have your context hats on. The main character of the comic is Ethan, who is also kind of Buckley's self-insert. He's modeled to look just like Buckley did at the time, and personality-wise, this man eats, drinks, and breathes video games. Everything he does and most of his motivation in the comics revolve around gaming. He works in a gaming store, he does everything he can to get the latest game, he will malfunction if he cannot get his dopamine hit of gaming. He is the gamer of all time. A complete contrast is his best friend Lucas. He's also a gamer, but he's more so the straight man compared to Ethan's wacky escapades, and is usually the voice of reason in some scenarios. Then there's Lila, who is Ethan's girlfriend and later fiancé/wife, who is a gamer TM girl TM. Her and Ethan share a lot of moments with each other, but a lot of the time in the comics it feels as if she has to baby Ethan and get him to stop acting like a lunatic. She will become important much later, as most of you should know.
I mean, on its surface, it actually sounds like a fun idea for a gaming webcomic. Especially a satire of gaming webcomics, but alas, we are not dealing with a satire of gaming webcomics. I mean, granted, it spiraled into satire of a specific comic, but we'll get there.
And finally, there's Zeke, who is a robot built from Ethan's Xbox. His humor mainly consists of being a robot and not having the same pros and cons of being a human. Also, he's constantly trying to make love to any electronic he sees. So that's his running joke. And that's the main 4. The Control-Alt-Deletals, if you will. The comic started out usually focusing around the various comedic adventures and escapades revolving around these 4 characters. Some are just one-off joke comics, or some can relate to current trends and events going on in the real world or the gaming industry. Maybe a new game came out, or something else is going on that affects their game time. Later that was changed to focus more on personal stories involving them, and really less about gaming stuff, but that's a discussion for later. The thing I want to focus on right now is this is supposed to be a comedic webcomic. It's trying to be funny. Keyword, trying. A big criticism of Control-Alt-Delete was, well, it wasn't funny.
Where's the joke, Buckley?
The best thing I can compare Control-Alt-Delete to is something like newspaper comics. You know, the Sunday funnies. The creators of these comics had to put together a short strip with some sort of joke in it, every single week. But it's very difficult to keep a consistent level of humor when doing this week after week for years, sometimes even decades. What usually ends up happening is, you get some comics that hit, and a lot of them can also miss. You gotta go from one and then immediately move on to the next. Buckley was putting out these comics almost on a daily basis, which means he falls into that same mindset, but to a more extreme degree. Since he was pumping these out every few days, there was no real time to actually flesh out the jokes and structure of these comics, and this makes Buckley's hit-to-miss ratio skew more towards miss. A lot of misses. Holy shit, are any of these comics actually funny? I didn't come in here expecting to bust a gut to some of these comics, but good God, I lowered my standards down to a pitiful level, and I still feel nothing. As established, the majority of this comic's humor is gamer humor made for gamers, specifically from the early 2000s, so naturally some of this humor is automatically going to be dated. There's multiple comics dedicated to...
Sadly, Control-Alt-Delete is the embodiment of a lot of gaming webcomics back in the day. You either get really good ones like the BG Cats, which also push the boundaries of raunchy humor and such. And of course, you get other... Here's the rest. You basically got mediocre shit like Control-Alt-Delete. And of course, other times you get shit like Shredded Moose. Webcomic that was so bad, the freaking authors of the comic completely disavowed it and tried their hardest to scrub it off the internet. And might have succeeded, actually. The comic really was that unfunny. And seeing a few comics from it, I can confirm it was in fact that unfunny. There was also Power Up comics, but yeah, that was apparently just a troll comic. Thank you for indulging in my memory lane.
Pissing on dial-up internet, which nobody has to deal with anymore, so it's not really going to hit in the current year. You just had to be there to really get it.
Dial-up.
But even if you were there, you're not going to get most of the humor in
that.
this comic because, well, Buckley doesn't really know how to structure jokes. In a lot of the comics, there's a punchline, but not really anything leading up to said punchline, or the build-up to said joke is so poor that they don't make a lot of sense. Like, maybe you could say the absurdity of all this is the joke, but I don't think the comic is smart enough for that. Tim doesn't really understand the difference between something being funny and something being unorthodox. Pulling your fridge right next to your couch is strange,
it was a 2000.
but it's not funny. Ethan loves pizza.
Being unorthodox was just kind of the norm back in the day. It was either lol pancakes or surreal internet memes. It was as dated as it sounds. But in all fairness, it was the early internet and the 2000s, so you're gonna get a lot of scene kid shit.
PC games, so instead of giving Lila a bouquet of flowers, he gives her a bouquet of ram sticks instead. Ethan is also a hardcore Xbox fanboy. He's such a fanboy that he sleeps with his Xbox. The only thing funny about that is me wondering what the hell else he could be doing with it. I have to create my own jokes and scenarios for that to be funny. Most of the conflict in this series are caused by Ethan's obsession with video games. If there's a game coming out that he wants to play, he will fly over to the company headquarters and do everything in his power to break in and play it early. He's done this numerous times with Bethesda games. There was one time where he goes to a Bloomington's, the staff member says gamers are losers, and so he burns the place to the ground. And like I said, it's usually Lila and Lucas that end up having to babysit Ethan so he doesn't do something stupid. When she's not babysitting Ethan, most, if not all of Lila's comics either revolve around her and Ethan's relationship, or that she's in fact a woman that plays video games. That's about the extent of her character. There is an arc where Ethan has to choose between going to E3, not anymore you're not, or going on a date with Lila. Jesus Christ, just postpone the date, it's not that difficult! Of course he chooses Lila, and that makes her appreciate him more. Lucas, when he's not babysitting Ethan, most of his comics revolve around either his job or his dating life and all the girls he dates. Everyone talks about that girl who wore a fat suit just to judge his character, but nobody ever mentions the previous woman he was seeing, who tried to unsuccessfully kill him multiple times and then held him at gunpoint to get money from him. As you can tell, his luck with the ladies isn't very good. And Zeke, well, Zeke doesn't really do much but be a robot and play games.
So
he only becomes important much later in the comic. And well, That's
wonder we
basically
forgot about
Control
him.
Alt Delete. The star of the comic was usually just gamer-related shenanigans, or comics pertaining to whatever hot gamer movie was out at the time. Oh, there's a ton of Star Wars comics because the prequel trilogy was coming out around the same time. Usually you can find a comic on some games that were coming out with really bad jokes in them, like this Warcraft 3 expansion one, where it's called the Frozen Throne, so he's sitting on a frozen throne, and he's cold! You got Tiger Woods jokes, you got Paper Mario being set on fire, you got this Viva Pinata one which I do not get in the slightest. Oh, and I neglected to mention, every January, most of the month's comics are dedicated to the classic Control-Alt-Delete gamer holiday, Winter Enmas, which Ethan celebrates and fights for his title as King of Games. There is this one about the infamous Halo 3 Mountain Dew tie-in, where Master Chief is now advertising cleaning supplies, and finish the fight against menstruation with new Halo 3 tampons when the flood attacks. Oh, come on! I have looked at hundreds of these
You gotta
comics.
get that female demographic somehow. Okay, fine. It was a terrible joke, but come on, I'm trying to salvage it here. I'm a commentator.
And have not cracked a smile at any of them, and the fucking Halo 3 tampon one is the one that gets me. Fine, you win this one, Buckley. And yes, in a lot of these comics, the punchline is usually death. Somebody dies in a gruesome, cartoony way, and yeah, it's pretty cringe by today's standards of humor. But you also have to remember, it was a different time when this comic started. Video games were becoming more advanced and realistic than ever. Not to mention, this was the same era where franchises were trying to become dark and edgy. They wanted to be taken more seriously.
Yeah, as someone who was a gamer in the 2000s, I can 100% vouch for that. If you're wondering why this movement happened, it's because, and I quote, video games wanted to be taken seriously. Yeah, that's actually why. It's as cringe as it sounds, and might have worked a bit too well. Hey.
The top violence and gore in them was a huge cause for concern. Video games were blamed constantly whenever a massive tragedy happened, and there was a huge push to have them banned or censored.
And now it's at the center of a civil lawsuit involving the murders of 3 men in the small town of Fayette, Alabama. They were gunned down by 18-year-old Devin Moore, who had played Grand Theft Auto day and night for months.
So showing the over-the-top violence like this was sort of a jab at the sticks in the mud who had an issue with it. During this time period, people were making animations and jokes about your favorite character being vulgar and bloody. It was the funniest shit ever at the time. And of course, the video game webcomic is gonna be okay with the violence in video games. You ask anyone born after 2000 who Jack Thompson is, and they probably won't have a damn clue who you're talking about. But to gamers in the 2000s, he was the devil.
Jack Thompson, a longtime...
Yeah. Trust me. That story arc is, chore and a half to explain. Jack Thompson wanted to sue video games for being too violent. He failed and got disbarred. And that's literally it. If you're wondering how the fuck that we got here to where video games aren't constantly being targeted, well, simply put, Call of Duty and just excessive lobbying. That's it. Yeah, kind of hard to target military demographics from buying violent video games. Hey. And yes, video game companies were just always corrupt. Well, I think Japanese companies had the Yakuza behind them, if memory serves. Anyway.
Crusader against video game violence is bringing the suit.
He was given a murder simulator. He bought it as a minor. He played it hundreds of hours, which is primarily a cop killing game. It's our theory, which we think we can prove to a jury in Alabama.
Control-Alt-Delete made its stance towards Thompson very clear, sending an open letter to Jack, and even making a whole comic where he has his innocence taken away by a violent video game in an alleyway. Oh, damn, Tim did not hold back his punches. But of course, it's not the early 2000s anymore, and the massive push against violent video games has been over for a while now. Nobody's trying to massively censor games now. Well, actually, that's flat out false, as this topic is more relevant than ever now. But I digress.
Right. Sadly, these sex in video games will always just kind of be game problematic. And I'll admit, the one freaking thing I will actually commend the Trump administration for was their lawsuit against the Visa and MasterCard companies for pulling this shit constantly. That's like 1 point out of like, how many digits are we at for the list of crimes that Monkey did? Oh shit, we're in the fucking 6 digits now. Fuck it, I ain't counting anymore.
Delete was made in the right place at the right time.
Don't take that quote out of context.
Right? It's hilarious, it's innovative, and the best thing is, I live like right in the same town as Tim Buckley, and he kicks ass.
I think it's awesome. I've been reading it for a while, and it incorporates a lot of the best things in life, as well as being hilarious.
Tim Buckley is a genius, period.
Despite mine and many people's criticism of the comic not being funny, it was massively popular at the time. Buckley was able to make Control-Alt-Delete his full-time job. He made merchandise and was able to fund a full convention for fans to visit. It was definitely up there as one of the most popular webcomics of the internet back in the day. It reached such high levels of success that it eventually got what every comic creator dreams of having, an animated adaptation. Well, except this one is barely that. God, these videos take so long to make, man. I'm currently trying to get back on my usual schedule of making vids, but the biggest issue I struggle with is procrastination.
Oh yeah, right, the animated
Just keep
series.
putting it off again and again until it's been too long. Luckily, something that would help me out just recently dropped into my lap, and it's also the sponsor of today's video, AkiFlow. AkiFlow is a digital planner and calendar that has helped me keep track of my time and my activities throughout the days. It uses a technique called time blocking that allows you to allocate certain times of the day to do your tasks, and it really helps to keep me concentrated on what I'm doing. As you can see, I've been using it for the past couple of days to help keep me up on my daily tasks. You can easily put together a timeline just for you in just a few minutes. Like, here's a list of the things I had to do one of those days. My chores and my work. Also, I'm American, so I have to stop to stuff my face at some point. And eventually, I have everything I need to do that day. And it also connects and integrates with your Google Calendar, so everything that you put into AkiFlow will show up there. And that's what my phone is connected to and where I get my notifications from. Oh, and that. Yeah, I also integrated it with my Gmail, so I can get some emails to show up here, and find somewhere in my schedule to reply to them. And this one is also from AkiFlow. Who'd have thunk it? Let's just fit that in right there. There we go. AkiFlow integrates with not just Gmail and Google Calendar, but dozens and dozens of other apps and services as well, so you need not worry if you think your preferences aren't compatible. This is perfect for someone like me who always wants to do things at a specific time, and it's also great for people who work in business or are currently in education. You can customize and color code your activities to your liking. If you're interested in AccuFlow yourself, you can check my link in the description or my pinned comment down below. If you're all about managing your time, I can't recommend it enough. Thank you, AccuFlow, for sponsoring this video.
Where's the animation, Buckley?
In 2006, given to the world by Blind Ferret Entertainment, we finally get to see the static characters in the comic come to life, and actually move and talk.
Yeah, to think these animators would eventually work for Death Battle.
Now this opening cinematic is actually kind of decent.
Funny how that works.
Don't be fooled. As most should know, the best animated parts of most Western cartoons is the intro. The actual show looks like this.
Mark this day in the history books, for today, Lego Star Wars 2 hits the shelf.
Now, for the 5 of you saying it still doesn't look that bad, also keep in mind, you're watching an upscaled HD version provided by this guy here. If we're talking about 2006 internet quality, it actually looked like this. And maybe the nicer ones of you are probably saying, well, it doesn't look that bad for free internet flash animation, and they were probably trying their hardest. I have no doubts that they were probably trying their hardest, but the thing about it is, this wasn't free flash animation. This was not uploaded to Newgrounds so fans and anyone willing to click on it could watch it. The only way you could watch this show back in 2006 was if you had a CAD Premium account, a subscription service dedicated to Control-Alt-Delete. You think current your streaming is bad? Imagine spending $15 a month so you could have the privilege of watching this.
Excuse me, I need to know if Halo will play on my PS2.
I'm sorry, I don't speak stupid, and our translator called out sick today.
When something is free, you're going to expect less from it, naturally. But when you spend your hard-earned money on something, you're going to want to see a return on that investment. And this series definitely did not achieve that. This series is basically the webcomic in animated form, but that also means all the negative aspects are here as well. It's probably the most faithful adaptation of anything I've ever seen. All the characters are completely intact.
Unfortunately.
All their personalities are the same, everything is the same, but they move now. But also, just like the actual comic, it's still not funny. Most of the plots still revolve around Ethan's crazy shenanigans of video games, while Lucas and Lila still have to babysit him. Oh, and Zeke is there sometimes. The first episode is about Ethan wanting to come home from work and play video games, but Lucas is there first, so he spends the entire episode trying to find ways to get him off, including faking jumping off the roof.
Son of a...
These episodes are extremely short, like on average about 5 minutes long. And 33 seconds of that is the intro,
like I said,
and 53 seconds of that is the credits and closing logos. So all in all, each episode has on average about 3 minutes and 34 seconds of actual content. $15. But if you don't pay up, how else will you miss such brilliant episodes, like the episode where the power goes out, and Ethan goes crazy and tribal due to not being able to play video games? Or how about the episode where a guy scoops up the last copy of Lego Star Wars 2, and Ethan breaks into his house to obtain it, only to get Buffalo Billed? I watched the entire first season start to finish, and I can tell you with confidence, either Tim Buckley or the writers of the show still don't know how to structure a joke. There's the episode where Ethan tries to learn how to cook, and he's terrified because of an incident that happened the last time he tried to do this. What is this incident? What is the joke here? Ethan is scared of the Swedish chef? Are people really terrified of this thing? Am I missing something here? There is a whole episode dedicated to other comics Buckley made in the same series, including this lol-so-random chef.
Peanut butter on the nipples is considered a recipe for intoxication. I am perturbed at the lack of monkey in your room. Adieu.
And then there's a bulimia joke where this female DS wants to look more attractive to the PSPs, so she goes and throws up in the toilet for an extended period of time, and then comes back as a DS Lite. I can tell you, there were exactly 2 times where I actually smirked at any of the jokes on display here. The first time was this background gag in the first episode, and this joke from the Lego Star Wars 2 episode.
Wink, wink.
Yeah, sure. Why don't you come on inside, baby?
Not how I imagined that would go.
But later on in the same episode, I genuinely think the bad animation hinders whatever is going on here. Why is he looking at her like that? What's with the piano riff? What does any of this mean? And of course, I can't neglect to tell you the finale is a three-parter Star Wars parody, where who else but Jack Thompson takes the role of Vader, trying to destroy video games as we know it.
It's time to test the power of this fully operational anti-gamer billboard.
But you want to know who takes the role of the Emperor? You'll never guess. It's Hillary Clinton.
Welcome, young Ethan. I have been expecting you.
This was made a full decade before her presidential campaign, and the reason why she's in this is because Hillary was also looking to ban violent video games around this time.
Many games contain content that is deeply disturbing. It's almost routine.
Yeah, is it any wonder why she lost to Donald Trump? That bitch is a pushover.
In popular games for players to spray other people with Uzis, to drive over pedestrians, to kill police officers, to attack women. We know that these products are damaging to children, and we need to give parents the tools to keep them out of kids' hands.
And it's probably the most dated thing about the show.
Jack, you took out Hillary Clinton. Have you turned to the good side of the ownage?
Tell them I was killed by video games.
So, yeah, that was Control-Alt-Delete, the animated series. It sucked, but it was entertaining, I can't deny. If you can get drunk with some friends over a Discord call, it's probably worth a watch. But now the Control-Alt-Delete animated series was over. Except no, it wasn't, because it got picked up for a season 2! Yeah, it was apparently successful enough to get a second season. That means another 13 episodes of
weird.
Ethan and the gang going on wacky adventures involving video games. Well, in Season 2, you can see that the animation has gotten even cheaper. And, well, how do I put this? It looks like fucking Go Animate now. Everything is much stiffer and...
Oh god, it really does look more
It
like...
is Go Animate! Look, there's
like
Caillou! The most interesting thing about Season 2
if you know
is the voice
that
cast.
joke, you know.
They actually got some pretty prolific people in the voice acting industry to voice the characters. You got Lara Cody playing Lila, who played Rose in Metal Gear Solid. You got Patrick Covington playing Ethan, who has been in Mad Men and Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. And the most insane of all, Lucas is now played by Dave B. Mitchell, who has had hundreds of voice roles over the years, and is right now the current voice actor of Knuckles the Echidna. And once you find that out, all you can hear when Lucas speaks now is Knuckles.
Why do you want to exercise all of a sudden? You, who once slept in the lobby of a hotel all night because the elevator was out of order.
So they got better voice talent. And
yeah, no, Amy. When you bring attention to female stereotypes, I forgot how the fuck that coffee pasta went. God damn it.
now the episodes are longer too. They're around 7 to 8 minutes now, so they improved that aspect, but actually, this season is still worse than the first. You wanna know why? Well, I think they attempted to streamline this season to make it appeal to a wider audience, because now, the entire gamer aspect of this season is almost completely absent. The first episode of the show was about Ethan trying to replace his 360 that red-ringed, but after that, it takes a back seat for the rest of the season. The issue with this is, the gamer aspect of Control-Alt-Delete was its identity. It was the gamer comic, it's what it was known for. You take that away and what are you really left with? Well, you get more mainstream stories and episodes that you've already seen done better elsewhere. Like, Ethan goes to the gym to get in shape for Lila, or Ethan goes to Vegas. In one episode, Ethan locks himself in the bathroom. That was an episode of Chowder.
Welcome to the Locked in the Bathroom Club.
It's all just so boring, and since the episodes are much longer now, most of that is filled with long scenes of characters just talking and talking and talking, with nothing interesting happening to pad out the runtime.
Excuse me, hi. Yeah, I've decided I don't want to play this game. Can I have my chips back?
I'm sorry, sir, we just can't do that.
What the hell was that? I was just bored out of my mind when watching this season, begging, praying for it to be over. And then I got to the final episodes, which is another 3-parter, where Ethan clones himself so he can relax and do the things he wants. That was an episode of Jimmy Neutron.
Well, how about next time you get a board that can handle the Neutron style? Later.
Too long didn't watch, he fights with his clone and wins, but there are other clones, and then it ends. The series is over, for real this time. I really feel as if this show was a Newgrounds Flash animation, it would have been better received, but it wasn't. you had to pay for it, and it was absolutely
at
not
least it
worth
would have been forgotten.
There's nothing the series really does all that different from the comics. It's just as unfunny. Although, while I was watching, I kept seeing this guy pop up from time to time. Who the hell is that? Is that Postal Dude? Well, this is Scott. He's the other roommate that lives in the same house that Ethan, Lucas, and Lala live in. Nobody ever really talks about him because, well, he doesn't do anything in either the comics or the show. He's just sort of there for a one-off joke once in a while, and he also has a pet penguin for some reason. There's this running gag where nobody knows what's behind his bedroom door. Actually, I wasn't being honest earlier. Scott does do something. In 2011, about 9 years after he's introduced, where it's revealed he and his pet penguin share the same body using nanomachines, and the penguin has made it his life goal to destroy Microsoft for experimenting on him years ago. This plot is never resolved, by the way. The penguin gets away, Scott is arrested, and they're never seen again. Weak. Well, I think that's enough about his creations. But we haven't really talked about Buckley himself much, have we?
Where's the passion, Buckley?
The reason why we haven't spoken about Buckley himself much is, well, we really don't know that much about him. Info on Buckley online is sparse. His Wikipedia page is bare bones. It doesn't even have a picture of the man himself on it. All we really have to go off of is his few interactions with fans on message boards, a few interviews, and his convention appearances. You can actually see a collection of his convention appearances on the Control-Alt-Delete animated series DVD, which I, totally bought. I will say, looking at some of the interviews and footage of him, the man definitely looks like the typical mid-20s internet user from the 2000s. He would definitely browse something awful and talk about video games. Or, in his case, he would own a message board about video games. Yeah, there were indeed Control-Alt-Delete message boards back in the day, to talk about not just the comics, but a variation of other things. Now, I can't talk too much about this forum because, well, it's been dead for years now, and the Wayback Machine can only show so much. But apparently, the forums were infamous for being extremely cutthroat. They would ban you if you sneezed in Tim Buckley's direction the wrong way, and this sort of shows you Tim Buckley had...
So it was basically just a proto-Reddit. I had to make that joke. You know damn well why.
A lot of signs of being a narcissist back then. He had one of the most popular webcomics online, and that sort of went to his head.
No matter what I say, it's going to offend somebody. So, I mean, it's just part of my business. There are certain subjects that are very touchy, and, you know, once I find a subject that's particularly touchy, I make it a severe point just to keep fucking jabbing at it, just to piss them off.
One of the most notorious incidents is when a fan drew Ethan for a class project and posted it online. And Tim found out and allegedly threatened the kid with legal action. Show or express your love for my work? Well, talk to my lawyers first. It's just like Nintendo. Buckley would make a post referring to something that was going around at the time called Webcomic Appreciation Day and express his thoughts and views on it. Two other webcomic artists named Chris Straub and Scott Kurtz would come to the forum and express their issues with Buckley's view on this, which he would then proceed to mock and then ban them, claiming they were just jealous of his work. And of course, I can't neglect to mention the Jackie incident. It's been rumored that from these boards, that Tim had been talking to an underage girl named Jackie and sent a picture of her name written on his lower regions to her. The picture has been floating around online for about 2 decades now, and obviously I can't really show it. But from what I could gather, the info about the credibility of these allegations is incredibly sparse, and they've never been officially proven. The picture has never been proven to be Buckley either. Now, considering all the enemies Buckley made, how much people like to troll and mess with him, the entire debacle is probably fake, and it seems like the more someone hates Buckley, the more likely they are to believe it. But you know what's not fake? This police report from 2001, which consists of a criminal attempting to shoplift some steak by shoving it down his pants and trying to walk out. The name of the shoplifter is Tim Buckley. And this is funny because this sounds like something Ethan would do, not Buckley himself. The strangest discovery of all I made when doing research for this was apparently there was this podcast mentioned on NeoGAF. Yeah, NeoGAF, I know. But it was a podcast with comic creators discussing their work. Buckley was brought up in one, and supposedly went into more details about his actions on his message boards and at different conventions. Now, of course, the link is dead, but I looked it up and found an archive of it and decided to listen to it. Tim Buckley nor Control-Alt-Delete is mentioned a single time in the podcast. I found this strange. until I found another version of the podcast, which was completely broken and would not let me listen nor download it. With this newer link, all mention of CAD has been completely scrubbed and almost 20 minutes of it have been removed. I can't find a working version of the original anywhere. Oh god, this makes me wonder. Is Buckley gonna get me? Eventually, the Control-Alt-Delete forums would cease to be,
Doubt it.
but the hate for Buckley would not. In the later years of his comic, he would give Zeke a human design to fit in with the other humans, which happens to be that of a black man, and in the same comic this disguise is introduced, Lucas makes a racist stereotype joke that got Buckley so much shit, he actually had to go back and edit the punchline. The end result is, neither of the jokes end up being funny. This is actually really out of character for Buckley. He usually doesn't touch race that much in the comics. Oh, I'm sorry, I completely forgot about the part in the comics where Ethan joins a Mac Panthers movement. It's an arc in the comic where a bunch of oppressed Mac users attempt to fight for equal rights as PC users and stop Mac user oppression. And they all happen to be black, except Ethan. Lucas still isn't allowed to join though. As CAD grew, so did the hatred for it. Buckley's art style was one of the things people constantly criticized.
Yeah, that's gonna be a
how
fucking
every
next
character
to me,
made
dog.
the same face, and then it was later discovered at one point he was using pre-made assets to design the characters, which is just lazy.
Okay,
This certain criticism did get to Buckley.
Okay, in Control-Alt-Delete's defense, apparently this is actually somewhat common for daily webcomic artists to do. Hell, it's actually something Dinosaur Comics does. But to not defend them, Buckley has proven he can actually draw it, and he didn't need to update it daily, so...
As later on in the comic, the character started being shown in more dynamic poses, for better or for worse, but the art did improve overall. But the one thing that didn't improve was the text. CAD was infamous for being absolutely stuffed full of text. In some, there's more speech bubble than there is comic. And people actually went out of their way to make edits where they cut the dialogue in the comic in half to make it funnier. The incidents just pile on up after a while. There's the time he found someone's art off Google Images and then copied it into the comic. He's been caught going on wikis and vandalizing other webcomic pages out of spite. He actually took the time out of his day to do this instead of improving his comic.
You know, I don't like what you do. Well, stop reading it, moron.
You can't really do
Basically,
anything to stop
Andrew
online
Dobson.
discourse about your comic,
Dang.
other than try to improve it. And well, you can't say Buckley didn't try that. He did try to improve his comic, but that ended up blowing up in his face.
Where's the baby, Buckley?
Ah, but here we go.
You know, why am I even trying to make this a mystery? You know why you're here. You and I both know why you clicked on this video.
Everyone knows
So I
why
think
we're
it's
here.
about time I give you what you came for. As the comic continued, you could tell Buckley at some point wanted it to stop being the funny gamer comic and more so focus on the characters and actually trying to tell stories.
Because it's what happens when you create characters with personalities, is that after a while of writing them, you know, if you're doing a decent job, they become their own people in your head.
Buckley had been doing this for almost 5 years at this point, and I'm guessing he really wanted to branch out and not just keep making the same thing over and over, so he tried going in a different direction. The comic started tackling more serious plot lines, like there's one where Ethan buys a pet scorpion. It escapes its captivity and stings the fatsuit chick, who then goes into a coma, and Lucas then has to try and break up with her, and it's played pretty straight. 2008 was probably the turning point of the comic though, as after the usual winter Enmus strips, we got this whole comic series called It's a Gamer's Life, which details the story of a man growing up, getting married, starting a family, and sharing his gaming experiences with them before passing away at an old age. There isn't really anything funny in these comics, as it's really meant to tug your heartstrings, and honestly, it's probably the best strips Buckley has ever made. But it would soon be overshadowed the next month, with Lila announcing to Ethan she's pregnant. Ethan proceeds to freak out in an over-the-top exaggerated way, but then afterwards, for the next few comics, they have an actual, down-to-earth conversation if they want to keep the baby. During this convo, there are 0 jokes told. Nothing really funny is said here. It's a genuine discussion as if they were real people, and then in the end, they finally decide to keep the baby. For the next few months, things would continue as usual, but Ethan was now training to be a dad, Lila was now having mood swings and cramps, but one day while Ethan is at work, he gets a phone call and then immediately rushes to the hospital. And on June 2nd, 2008, history is made. You know what happens next.
Oh, too bad we didn't have two babies.
Oh,
We
yeah.
could just switch them. That's a great idea. We'll exchange baby Kong with another baby. Oh, yeah, right. Where do you think we're gonna find another baby?
Well, what can I say? There it is. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. The pattern sticks in your brain, and it will never leave. You'll start seeing it in
It
everything.
sticks in mine, too.
In video games, in real life, in food. There is a pre-loss and post-loss world, and we're living in the latter. This is it. This is the comic's entire legacy. It will be remembered for this one strip until the end of time. It has its own Wikipedia page. Hell, the Wikipedia page for Lost is longer than the one for Tim Buckley. Its existence has surpassed the comic it came from and its own creator. That's the power of this strip. Of course, Buckley got a ton of hate and ridicule for this comic. He was called the Antichrist by Penny Arcade, the people he was inspired by. He was insulted by Yahtzee for it.
You're established as a wacky humour comics, this is going to be an awkward tonal shift at best, and hugely disrespectful of the subject matter at worst.
And we're still living in it today. Every single Lost edit made is another jab at the comic for how it officially jumped the shark. Although I do have to say, the claim that the comic introduced this very serious moment out of nowhere isn't entirely accurate. You could tell Buckley was trying to step into more serious territory for a while at this point.
Yeah, let's be real here. Cerebus syndrome is just kind of something that happens to a lot of media. And yeah, the term came from a freaking independent comic book, for crying out loud. Comic book that would later devolve into incelism, but that is not the topic of this video, so.
Hell, around the same time, he started making these simple little comics called sillies, implying that the original comic itself was no longer silly and was meant to be more serious now. He just fell flat on his face and tried to talk about serious topics. When you look at the whole picture, you come to the realization this really is the definitive webcomic for gamers out there, especially at the time it was made. In a desperate attempt to be taken more seriously, it tried something bold, something dark and serious, only to completely and utterly fail at it. Just like all those franchises attempting to be dark and serious in the 2000s, in a different way of course, but still. The webcomic has become the very thing it fought for, and you can't get any more gamer than that. After this happened, the comic attempted to try and veer back into normality. There are multiple strips with Ethan trying to comfort Delilah after this happened, with of course zero jokes and it's meant to be completely serious. But eventually it would veer right back into its usual state of the more funny gamer strips and story arcs involving the characters. Really, things just weren't the same after this. It really feels like the entire aura of the comic shifted after this arc. Ethan and Lila end up getting married, Lucas still has dating issues, Zeke gets a robot GF and they run off together, but there really isn't anything that could top this. So after a few years, Buckley decided it was finally time to end the comic off with a whimper. Where's the ending, Buckley? So we've seen our cast of characters grow over the past 10 years. They went from two-dimensional catalysts for jokes into what Buckley considers their own people now. We got to see relationship hardships, conspiracies, Ethan takes over the game store and hires Lucas. This is no longer a funny gamer comic. This is its own universe. There is just one question on the mind though. How does it all end? Well, that robot girlfriend of Zeke's I briefly mentioned is actually more important than I let on. Eventually, Zeke and her come back because her programming becomes corrupted, and she's shut down until Ethan can come up with a solution to fix her. Fast forward to September 2012, it's a typical day in the household, and Ethan decides to look in the basement for some old documents to start back up a video game he was working on. And then his time machine malfunctions and cuts on. Oh yeah, Ethan just happens to have a time machine. It was for a small story arc to see the future in the early 2000s, never used again until now. He gets tased and kidnapped by the future Ethan, and they're now in a dystopian future. Well, it turns out Ethan did find a cure for the robot girlfriend's corruption, but then she gets corrupted by the new algorithm Ethan planted in her, which makes her start to hate humans, and then this algorithm started to corrupt Zeke, so then he destroyed her, which in tandem made Zeke build an entire robot army to ruin Ethan's life and take over the world, in which he then strangles Lila to death. Future Ethan tells Ethan not to make the same mistake he did, and then past Ethan gets captured. Future Ethan did decide to take his chance of filling past Ethan's place in the timeline. With the help of some chick, Ethan is able to escape and get back to the time machine, where he and his future self have a fight, the time machine breaks, starts tearing a hole in the fabric of time and reality. Future Ethan gets shot and dies, and Ethan decides to sacrifice himself in order to save the universe.
All that.
Ethan dies,
Yeah, and Ethan
Lila,
died.
Lucas, and past Zeke are
Nor do I
distraught.
care.
Zeke is accepted by society. Lucas has a child with some random woman we've never seen before, and names him Ethan. And Lila opens up a church for gaming in Ethan's honor. And so ends the original run of Control-Alt-Delete. Anyway, the next comic is about fucking ponies. So that's how it ends. It comes off as very rushed and super melodramatic. Not very funny, but I guess that's a way to end it. But even though this was supposed to be an epic grand finale, believe it or not, this is actually a recycled plotline. The evil Zeke thing was already done way earlier, back in 2005, although that was due to him malfunctioning. In fact, he tries to kill Lila in the exact same way, by strangling her, so he was just finishing the job this time. But, as it stands, this is where Control-Alt-Delete ends. At some point, Buckley decided to completely reboot the series, though, in a brand new universe. But in this one, Ethan and Lucas are superhero vigilantes known as Analog and D-Pad. And well, I'll be honest, I have no interest in reading this because from what I've seen, it's a typical current year superhero comic, with the same drama and stakes just like the ones you see elsewhere. There's really nothing here for me. I will say, the art looks amazing. Buckley definitely improved his skills in the art department, but in my opinion, it's a little too well drawn. The way the characters all have these himbo proportions, the way they look at each other, it's so smooth and clean, I feel like I'm reading a Fujoshi fan comic and not the actual continuation of Control-Alt-Delete. I'm just joking about that, but skimming through some of these, it turns out Lucas is actually gay in this universe, which I was shocked by because his bad luck with the ladies was the only thing he had going for him, outside of babysitting Ethan. I wonder if this Lucas still hates black people. Buckley is still making new comics constantly. He never really stopped. He's in his 40s now, looks nothing like he did, but 23 years later, he's still drawing. Control-Alt-Delete isn't his legacy. Loss is. Most of the gamer webcomics from back in the day have sort of faded into obscurity, but Loss by its mere presence and status as a meme will transcend them all. Even though he intended for it to be completely serious, he's now fully embraced its meme status and has played into it over the years. For Loss's 10th anniversary, he replaced the original comic with this one called Found, where Ethan now has a smug look on his face. And then later, on another variation, they actually have the baby, although it looks a little messed up. He may have been a huge narcissist, but over the years of this comic being a big joke, I think it's helped him mellow out over the years, and now he's probably just a chill guy. I don't know him personally, but I've yet to hear of any recent incidents involving stuff he's done. I wonder if he still shoves steaks down his pants though. To wrap everything up, there was an interview with Buckley back in 2015, where the article title refers to him as the man behind Loss. Not the creator of Control-Alt-Delete, but the creator of Loss, meaning this one strip will outlive him. And maybe he's just fine with that. God bless, like and subscribe, and good night. And now you have all the context you need for the 7 lines. Cherish the lines, and cherish Buckley's eternal legacy.
Hey, Ethan. Hey, Lucas. What are you doing? Oh, nothing. Shouldn't you be playing the newest video game or doing something crazy and stupid? Yeah, I probably should do something like that. So why aren't you? I found out I have SARS. Oh no. But maybe we can treat it. No, it's over forever. But you can't die. I love you. I know, Lucas. Goodbye now. No.
Yeah, that was the story behind Tim Buckley and Loss. That's like kind of fun to go down memory lane a bit. Glad to hear he belled out. I guess his meme stats just kind of helped him in that regard. Okay, let's see. What else can we watch? No, it's not. I guess I'll just keep working. Oh, this one seems like a fun one. Re-reses the terrible PC game everyone forgot. Alright. Re-res is always fun to watch, so let's see what it is.
Gender Wars is a curiously titled game developed by the 8th Day and Sales Curve Interactive exclusively for personal computers in 1996.
This is a game that truly flew under the radar when it originally came out, and the few outlets that did check it out gave it pretty middling reviews.
So needless to say, the game was quickly forgotten amongst most gamers. The only reason that I even knew about it was because I actually bought this at Kmart. Anybody remember that store? Anyone?
You can ship your pants right here.
You hear that? I can ship my pants for free.
Wow, I just may ship my pants.
Yeah, ship your pants. Billy, you can ship your pants too.
I can't wait to ship my pants, Dad.
They had that giant red K out front, right? And wait, you've already played this?
Yep.
Great, you can pull from your previous experiences with the game to smoothly guide us through this review.
Yeah, well, we'll get to that.
Cryptic. Do we know anything about the team that created this obscure title?
The 8th Day? No, not much. Just that they operated from 1991 to 1996, and in that time released a grand total of 4 games.
That's not a lot of software.
Nope. The 8th Day was not well known, not long lived, and didn't have a large body of work. But the co-developers on this title, they were a bit more notable.
Sales Curve Interactive, also known as SCI. They released tons of interactive bits and bytes from the edge of the 80s all the way into the 2000s.
But for the 8th Day, well, this was the last video game they would ever release.
See a lot of death knell games around these parts. Guess we know how this will play out.
Oh, I think it could be worse than usual. I mean, not many games leave me scratching my head after reading their genre alone.
Right. We completely skipped over the genre of the game in the opening. What do we got?
The tagline on the box calls it the ultimate arcade strategy.
The ultimate arcade strategy? Arcade and strategy? A little weird. Any other genre clues?
Nope, just a big old title.
So, it offers the fast and frantic gameplay of an arcade game, alongside the methodical, calm-paced playstyle of a classic strategy title. Those genres go together about as well as pineapple on pizza.
I'll have you know, pineapple on pizza is one of the greatest—
Jane, Focus.
Right. Well, I guess we're gonna have
Canadian
to find out what
spotting.
all this means the only way we know how.
It's time we dive into the trenches and discover what this battle is all about in Gender Wars.
See, the tartness of the pineapple balances with the fattiness of the
Shane!
Fine.
The game begins with an educational TV program titled Wars We've Had. It details the so-called gender wars. Let's have a gander.
And welcome to another educationally invigorating installment of Wars We've Had. In today's edition, we'll be taking a look at probably the most controversial, if not the strangest war that ever happened, the gender war. We have with us two of the most eminent historians in the solar system, Professor Jonathan Henry Smythe, and, all the way from the newly terraformed Mars, Professor Sarah Muchley Jones. Tonight's guests will start with a brief historical jaunt, looking at the roles of both men and women before the war.
Into the 21st century and the first president of the newly formed POW, the Pact of Western Countries. A female president, I might add.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, come on. The women were put in these positions of power by men because it was politically advantageous to have them there. A bit of equality here, a bit of equality there. Worked wonders in political circles.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Do you ever listen to what we have to say? No.
Drives
you
a
just live in your own self-assured little world.
Shut your face.
I like
it drives
it
a
already.
man to kill, you know. It's bloody insane. Give them an inch, they take a mile. And I've got 6 inches here, mate. You're not getting hold of any of them.
What the heck were they trying to get at with this?
Instead of filling us in on important background info, the game's decided to give us this.
Did you know that implants can do wonders for a man of your
Here we
age?
go. You'd know, dear, wouldn't you? Well, silicone. What?
Reliance,
possibly justify
male
the
leader,
existence of your
patriarch,
There are mood swings and tempers. No wonder men went to war.
Fun! This goes on and on till the game finally decides to have mercy and abruptly cuts the footage.
Did we get anything from this?
Besides a migraine? No, but there's gotta be lore somewhere. Check the manual.
All right, let's see. Well, we've got an 8-page account of the events leading up to this war, 4 pages dedicated to the female faction's perspective, and 4 pages dedicated to the male factions.
The perspective they're perspecting on? A no-joke battle between men and women that split the two into standalone warring factions.
If you're looking for a thought-provoking science fiction narrative that offers interesting social commentary, go visit a library.
But if you're looking for extremely gendered stereotypes straight from the 90s and terrible humor with the subtlety of a bag of feral cats, well, here is game.
We'll spare you where we were not and put a pause on this juvenile narrative attempt for now.
They make us choose between
people
two factions,
who go on
male
Tumblr.
or female.
Let's just pick male for now.
The game begins. We see a soldier surrounded by monitors. This here is your operating hub. You got squad select, training, options, and a briefing section.
What you won't find? A tutorial mission. You know, something to teach you how to play.
Yeah, that training
Real men
section
don't use
is not going to show you
instructions.
how to do squat.
What you'll find is a training section to train your soldiers, but it does not show you how to play anything.
Oh, that's a shame. How do we learn how to play?
Well, the creators did do one thing to kind of help players along. This, a physical card in the game box that tells you how the game operates. That's all the help you get.
In 1996, this kind of design wasn't unheard of, but it was never enjoyable and has certainly not aged well. But I digress. Let's check out our briefing and figure out what we're up
Gender
to.
Wars,
Our first mission,
when does it age
scrambled
well?
eggs. We're given a primary objective as well as optional secondary objectives.
The primary objective? A starter mission classic. Locate and acquire 4 ovum storage tubes?
Man, when will developers stop making us collect ovum storage tubes?
When it stops being fun, man. And let me tell you, still riveting. Oh, and if you want, we can kill a bunch of technicians or something. I don't know, sounds like a yawn fest.
Now, let's go back to that plot we pulled back from earlier. As silly as it sounds, this whole ovum thing is essential to the game's story. You see, they have resorted to cloning and artificial reproduction to maintain populations since the males and females have separated.
Dumb. What's stopping a stork from landing on the doorstep with a chubby little sky baby?
Yeah, I sincerely doubt that would ever
I don't
happen.
follow.
As
People
one might
like
expect,
fucking.
reproduction technologies have become targets for military operations and gender wars. It's in very poor taste, and we apologize for this game's insane plot.
Now that we know our mission, we select our team, because that's right, folks, you're playing as a squad of 4 soldiers, not just 1. Now, obviously, you're gonna pick the top soldiers from the squad that seem to have the best stats, right?
Dang straight, my dude.
Off to battle.
We get to see an animated cutscene of our soldiers going to the mission, flying in some aircraft, and shockingly, the pilot is inebriated.
Oh, it's okay. I can handle it.
Because men like beer.
Yup, there's the comedic tone of this game. Oh, hold on. Looks like we're in for a crash landing.
I'm too young to die.
Oh no!
And the mission begins with a perfectly landed aircraft? Sure, whatever. Your soldiers vacate the vehicle, showcasing the apocalyptic landscape the world has become. They enter a bunker that acts as a passageway to the secret underground female base.
We meet our first enemies here. Goes pretty smoothly.
We're on the top of this building and we've got to get down. Look, an elevator.
Yeah, an elevator. Big enough for one soldier, one at a time. So we take one soldier, go down, move on
This
to
feels
another
like a stop
elevator.
for incels.
And then sometimes the other soldiers will automatically follow the first one, but sometimes they won't. Like this one. Confused with how elevators work, I
If I had to
guess.
play this, I'd probably shoot up a bunch of people too.
So you'll need to independently select each of the 4 soldiers to move them along each elevator.
No, this is a joke. I would never play this game.
Getting to the ground floor takes a stupefying 3
also,
elevators,
I
4
wouldn't
trips
shoot up the
each. This
school.
is the first interaction
That's
you
also
have with a
important.
level in this game.
Why are there multiple elevators? And why are they so tiny?
Couldn't we have had one large elevator that fit all soldiers at once?
Eventually, we regroup at the bottom and start going through the, wait, where are we going?
I don't know. Pull out the map.
Which key is the map key?
Let me see. Both the manual and the info card don't say. Maybe there isn't one.
What do you mean there isn't a map? Click that M on the screen there.
Looks like that's our mission and objectives.
It's gotta be somewhere. What does that big letter B do when you click it?
Why is that thing shooting us?
What is even happening? Oh, according to the reference card, B stands for Barrage Droid.
Cool. Well, I guess we gotta run around without a map. Can't be much of a problem, right? I mean, how big could this level be? Nothing here.
Nothing here either.
Gotta turn around.
Where are we even going? Where are these tubes we're looking for? Oh, look, here's one. Okay, I guess we gotta find a couple more.
There's so much level here. It's incredible.
Incredible? Yes, but also bad. This size clearly showcases the necessity of a map. This place is one huge, annoying maze.
The briefing showed us a vague 3D model of the world, but it didn't show the interior workings of buildings. You have no way of knowing where you're going or how to get to the place you need to get to.
But at the very least, our soldiers seem to be tough. They can take on anyone that comes across them and... Oh, wow. Did we seriously get a complete game over?
Looks like we did.
How? You saw our squad roster, right? We had tons of other soldiers we should be able to bring into battle.
Okay, looking through the manual again. Here, it says, you must have a squad leader amongst your chosen troops to head up each mission. If you manage to kill all your squad leaders, you won't be able to blast off into another battle and the game will be over?
Wait, are you telling me that all the soldiers with good stats we picked were squad leaders?
Yeah, huh?
This guy, stuck on the elevator. Squad leader.
Squad leader.
Let me see the manual. Oh, great! Says the same soldiers can have problems like being too aggressive or having too low intelligence. Wait, those things can get them killed in missions?
So the game wants you to build a squad of inferior troops to avoid a game over, but by using inferior troops, you have a greater possibility of the squad failing?
Yeah, I guess.
The game's a brilliantly stupid perpetual failure machine.
Remember when you thought my past experiences would help us get through this?
Yeah?
This is my past experience. I never beat this level. This was all I ever saw of this game.
Nope. Okay, this is wrong. This is totally wrong. We're on the first mission, and the game is clearly riddled with issues.
Oh, I agree. That whole arcade strategy genre they thought they were, I don't know, inventing, it's not working. And to fully understand how much of a failure this game is, we need to look at a title that used a very similar gameplay style.
Mission completed. And that would be the Bullfrog Productions classic cyberpunk-styled Syndicate, a series of games that started humbly
Not
as
to
a
be confused
real-time
with
combat
the
point-and-click
modern
strategy
version.
game.
But not in the same style as a straight-up real-time strategy game, like StarCraft or Age of Empires. No, this one has got a bit of a twist.
In Syndicate, you control a group of operatives in an isometric perspective where you are tasked with completing objectives. Sound familiar?
Syndicate was unique for its time because its real-time style of gameplay hadn't really been done much before.
So, no, Gender Wars isn't really an action strategy game. It's more like a Syndicate-style game, which is more like a real-time tactics action game.
Here, give me that marker. Ah, there we go.
Wow, Shane, you can't spell.
I know. And while you might think, hey, that's not fair, you can't blame them for not knowing about Syndicate.
Well, folks, we kinda can.
Syndicate dropped in 1993 and arrived on multiple platforms, not just PC. It was a major release, a staple game years before Gender Wars was released in 96.
Bullfrog Productions was a legendary development house, not just in its native United Kingdom, but throughout the rest of the world. By the 90s, if you were in the business of making video games and happened to live in the UK, you knew Bullfrog, and you knew their games.
And while we can't confirm where
block.
developer The Eighth Day was located, we're more than a little certain they hailed from the land of the Union Jack.
Why? Well, because of the game's intro.
You see, two of the game's main voice actors, the ones from the intro,
You just live in your own self-assured little world.
Shut your face.
Paul Darrow and Jacqueline Pierce. Both of these actors appeared on a distinctly British sci-fi series called Blake 7, something the developers likely saw and were fans of, inspiring them to bring the two talents on board their project.
No brains, no brains. Can you hear me?
How did you even know these two were on Blake 7?
The same way I know that the show was created by Terry Nation, who had created the Daleks on Doctor Who. I watch a lot of British television, Adam. Don't even get me started on Red Dwarf.
Red what?
Glad you asked. It's the 21st century aboard the Jupiter Mining Corporation spaceship Red Dwarf.
Never mind. You know, this whole British link
Everybody's
would actually
dead,
explain
Dave.
a lot of the dialogue in the game being very British English forward.
Right, lads.
Oh yeah, that's as British as beans on toast.
What?
Heinz family baked beans originated in the late 1800s and
Never mind.
But back to Syndicate, a game with a similar playstyle that released before Gender Wars.
Right, so here's how Syndicate opens. You get a small level with a single goal: assassinate a target.
The level can be easily completed in a few minutes. It's giving you a simple introduction to the game and its mechanics, kind of a trial by fire.
No training, you just need to figure it out. Of course, you can read the game's handy-dandy manual for assistance, but the game doesn't go out of its way to explain anything.
And because the mission is so simple and the map is so tiny, it's not hard to figure out on your own.
Gender Wars didn't do this.
And while we have a nice little on-screen map in Syndicate which points out enemies and objectives,
Gender Wars didn't do that either.
So we wandered around this huge map for what felt like an eternity looking for our primary objective. Despite the lack of helpful direction, we actually found them, but that was only the beginning.
Yeah, you better hope that the characters who are carrying said tubes don't die.
Why, you may be wondering? Do they drop the items on the floor, leaving the remaining squad members to pick them up?
Oh no, it's worse. If a member of your squad dies while carrying an item, the item permanently disappears, forcing you to restart the entire mission.
And dying, it'll come easy to your squad. They dumb.
Dumb as rocks. 9 times out of 10, they're unable to complete the simple task of following
Now that's
the
an
lead
insult to
character.
rocks.
They get lost. They get confused. They get stuck.
And that's not even taking into consideration the squad direction mechanic. See, you can dictate orders to your squad, like stick close together or shoot anything that moves.
And when friendly AI goes off on their own, it's a bad time.
It's so random where they go and who they attack without your input. They can get into situations where they start massive firefights and don't have the slightest chance of survival.
Yes, the enemy AI is also dumb, but they're at least direct. They see you, they attack.
If they don't see you, well, they're stuck with a severe case of the morons. Very stupid. Like, I'm killing all your friends around you and you're just standing there like a rock, stupid.
Or I'm shooting at you but happen to be on a separate level and you are still standing like a rock while being shot at. Stupid.
But what about when you take direct control? Isn't the combat better, you may be asking?
Let's get into combat. The weapons all operate the same. Aim with mouse, click to shoot. closer you are to the target, the better your aim. See, you have increased weapon spread the further back you are.
So that means, despite the fact you're clicking square on a target, your shot may not actually land. Gotta go out of your way to get closer to the thing that is likely trying to kill you.
Isn't that great? Oh, and can't forget to mention, this game has infinitely spawning enemies.
These little booths here, they spit out, I guess, insta-baked clone soldiers without end. No way to destroy these machines, but you can disable them.
They jut out clones if enemy soldiers nearby spy you or if you're in a security camera's line of sight. So destroy the cameras, then take out all the existing foes, and you're in the clear. Till the next one, that is.
Sometimes it can be pretty hectic, with multiple soldiers, multiple robots, multiple hidden cameras, and even multiple turrets showing up all over the place.
Hectic is right, and not just because of your interactions with enemies, the whole dang world can become splattered with busyness. Look at this! Crazy, destructive environments!
Feels like the developers put an insane amount of effort into the game world's destruction. Practically everything can be destroyed. It's actually very impressive.
Like a John Woo film. However, instead of enjoying the visual splendor of it all, this can be a massive problem.
See, objects that get destroyed sometimes blow up or cause chain reaction explosions that hurt your entire squad.
Your squad can and will shoot enemies on their own, and they accidentally hit random things. If they shoot something explosive, they and everyone else around will take damage.
I think it's a good time to mention the shield system in this game. You see, every friendly soldier has a shield that offers a bit of protection before it quickly depletes to zero.
You may want to find out how to recharge your shield so that you can actually finish these missions in one piece. We certainly did. We completed a bunch of our gameplay assuming we couldn't.
There's these energy regeneration booths. They're infrequent and hard to find, but when you do see one, you walk your soldier inside and their energy bar fills back up.
That bar represents energy that some special weapons can use.
Right, but you'll notice that your shield energy isn't getting replenished.
Well, that's because you need to push the negative or positive symbol on your keyboard to shift the energy from your weapon energy to your shield energy.
Do they explain this on the instruction card or in the manual? No! You're expected to figure it out on your own. Why not charge both at the same time?
Even if you learn this trick early on, it's not so helpful. You don't find a lot of these booths around, and going hunting for anything in a game with no map and terrible combat like this? Not a great idea.
But fellas, why not just save your progress so when you die you don't need to stop back at the beginning?
Good point.
This game doesn't have mid-mission saving.
And yes, not all games had mid-mission saves back then. Syndicate didn't offer them. Here's the thing though, Syndicate was a couple years older, and also, it was a properly designed game where you had a fair chance at finishing levels intact.
But when you're up against sprawling, incomprehensible levels,
with no minimap,
and pathetic character AI,
alongside a constant barrage of enemies,
and practically non-existent shield energy refills,
well, being able to save your game becomes a bit of a necessity.
But let's say against all odds, you've done it. You've completed your primary objective with your squad more or less intact. Think you're home free?
No. After all this, if you happen to complete your objectives like a good soldier, time to backtrack. Sometimes they have you zigzag back through the entire map all the way to the starting location to complete a mission.
Keeping your squad alive through this pointless tour back through the map, near impossible.
How did Syndicate wrap up missions? Let's see. Well, when your objectives were done, that was it. Press the space bar. Bingo bango, move along. Next mission.
But don't worry, you don't always need to backtrack to the beginning location in Gender Wars to complete a mission.
No, sometimes you need to go to a completely different location, meaning you need to find an arbitrary second location that you've never been to once you've completed all your objectives.
Again, no in-game map to show you where that is. No indication where you'll need to be. If the briefing stated it, you need to commit that to memory and hope that the map they showed you made some kind of sense.
Oh, and in case the gameplay hasn't kept you on your toes enough, more often than not, they place high-level enemies near this new location who will kill you. Just before you reach the final door to exit the stage, I mean, look how close I wasn't. Ah!
As you can see, pretty frustrating. We figured we'd toss the mail campaign to the side.
Will you be quiet? I'm trying to arrange my dead toenail collection.
And maybe try the female campaign, see if it suffered the same issues.
And surprise, surprise. Just like with the male faction, we're met with insulting stereotype gags delivered in useless cutscenes, followed by the exact same style of gameplay in another stage that is way too large.
If anything, this first level is worse than in the other campaign because of how confusing it is.
This is a stealth mission in the communication sector.
You need to find a communication network and place some kind of listening gizmo in it.
Sounds straightforward, right?
Only when the briefing tells you to do this, it points to a section of the map that doesn't look like the one you got dropped off in.
Yeah, sometimes these blood red virtual boy-like 3D designs are confusing in and of themselves.
We're in another sprawling map with dead ends and repeated sections. No idea where to go.
Why did they design so many false paths? Who had the time to make this game so miserable?
So we're on the hunt for this console. We see the image once during the briefing and never again. Better burn that sucker into your memory and hope you remember it after an hour of brutal gameplay.
It's not here, or in here. Oh, of course, there's tons of desks and consoles, but not that one specific console we need to find.
Where the heck is it?
Oh, it's there. I guess that red chair was kind of a tell since no other desk had a red chair?
Beating either of the opening missions is no easy task, but it only gets more torturous from there. The game layers on the patience prodding issues like they're going out of style.
A few of these include
knockback damage. If you walk into a new screen and get shot by an enemy, you're pushed back to the old screen. If you walk through again, the enemies are in their exact last position and will fire at you instantly, pushing you back out to the previous zone. You need to juggle this on repeat in a fruitless attempt to shoot them before they shoot you.
Reused levels. You revisit spaces you've already played. The dead ends we complained about, turns out they're alternate paths that open up for different missions. Trudge through the same dumb spaces with no navigational familiarity. Why didn't they block out hallways you don't need to travel down? No clue. Enjoy the repetition.
Too many elevators. They are scattered everywhere. Later on, they introduce large elevators that can fit all 4 squad members. If you could always have them, why include individual elevators at all? What purpose did this serve? Why? Why?
Permanent stuck glitches. The second female mission. One of the soldiers gets stuck on an elevator with no way to escape. We completed all mission objectives but have no way to return to the exit zone without them. You need to restart the entire level from the beginning.
Overly complicated mission objectives. On the third male mission, you must capture 10 civilians and bring them back to your base. You use a specific weapon that captures people in floating blue balls. Yeah, I know, it sounds funny. You need to bring these encapsulated civilians to an elevator, but they move like a conga line with all broken traversal AI problems quadrupled. Doing all of this through a bunch of mini elevators is the stuff of nightmares.
Impossibly difficult missions. Male Mission 5, a stealth mission. Well, that's what they tell you anyway. There appears to be no usable stealth mechanics in this game. They force you to make use of one soldier. One! Alone! You have to take on countless soldiers, destroy facilities, and oh yeah, a freaking tank. All by yourself. And if you think taking on a single, heavily armored, near-invincible tank isn't hard enough, well, they throw a couple more at you for good measure.
Infinite enemies with no defense. Remember when we said you were able to destroy security cameras to prevent those boxes from spawning more enemies? Well, later on, they decide to remove that feature. Now, whenever you are near a cloning booth, they instantly spit out endless soldiers. There is no stopping them. Herd your dumb AI sheep and run for the hills.
Woo! It really seems like this game is purposely designed to force you to give up in frustration.
Which is why we felt no guilt, after constant dead ends and unsurmountable waves of enemies, in using an invincibility cheat code. I mean, how else did they expect us to get through something like this?
The cheat that we used is placed during the in-between mission saving system by typing the words,
"Buy a PlayStation."
Seeing how this game wasn't released on the old Sony system, I think the developers were sending a message.
Yeah, better off not bothering with this game. Play the Bandicoot one instead.
I wish we could say that basic movement, AI, and combat were the only things functionally broken in this game, but they're not. The options volume setting for music, it doesn't work. No matter what you set it to, the music is always on.
Usually this wouldn't harm your overall gameplay experience, but not in this location.
This is a dance club. Dance clubs have music.
The music in the dance club is treated like a sound effect, not actual background music.
The video game itself has its own background music, not treated like a sound effect.
So, what happens when you enter the dance club and both worlds collide? Like two DJs combined forces to liquefy your frontal lobe.
Sounds grated into your head aren't the only sensory bashing problem in this game. We found our eyes pelted with bizarre visual choices that completely dismiss the logic of the world created for this title.
Like these night versions of levels, it's tough to see, which makes sense, right? Because it's nighttime, until you really start to think about it. Because this game takes place below the apocalyptic wasteland above. This is all underground. They artificially light the world underground for most missions. So why would it ever be pitch black down here? Not even the lights that you do see seem to light up anything.
And look at this! We got posters of women on the walls in the male base.
I'm actually drawing
some kind of rule set by their faction.
So.
They're at war, but are given the okay to, how do we put this, develop feelings for the enemy?
Barely.
I don't know what it is that I like about this.
Re-Res reviewing a game called Gender War.
Level. I just want to keep looking at it and enjoy it.
It's not as...
There are also faction-specific missions that take place in their own perspective bases. This is a real head-scratcher. Why would either side of this stupid war need to escape from its own base? How does that make any sense? I mean, look, the men's military building is literally right there.
And you get gross things that are supposed to be jokes, maybe?
Like in this reproduction facility. Oh, look, they're making snowmen. Huh. Don't really see any snow around, just a bunch of jars filled with a creamy white liquidy substance.
Oh. I think I'm gonna be sick. Time to move on, I think. The game ends with a mission in which your team needs to capture the leader of the opposing faction and truck them back to an escape zone. It's brutal, unfun, and way too long.
It all ends with a cutscene returning to the TV program we caught at the beginning of the game. Here, they quickly reveal that your faction won the gender wars.
And a year later, some disaster happened and everyone acted as if there was never a gender war in the first place.
Then the seemingly impossible happened. A year after the end of the war, as we all know, the crisis occurred.
Great way to just shrug away a nonsense plot in this miserable pile of game.
Pointless. The game's a stupid coded offense dump with a tiny, pale, vaguely Syndicate-inspired core.
Seriously, folks, just go play Syndicate. It's better.
Or maybe try other action games from around the same period.
There's Crusader, No Remorse, which for its time showcased impressive visuals and implemented sprawling maps that feel way more focused. Don't need to worry about a team either.
Or, if you want a game in which you manage a group, try Cannon Fodder, a game that allows you to control multiple units very well with a mouse alone.
So much fun.
It's a war-themed game title that is really fun.
Heck, you know what's crazy? The same year that Gender Wars released, Syndicate saw a full 3D sequel, Syndicate Wars. Put gameplay from these games side by side, and Gender Wars looks positively ancient, visually and from a gameplay perspective.
We can't say time and effort didn't go into Gender Wars. You can tell the development team tried to implement some creative ideas in the game's absolutely enormous play spaces. I mean, the sheer amount of time it would have taken to craft all the assets in this game, on top of making the majority of them destroyable, that's no small feat.
But the way this game plays, the way it informs the player, the way the story and humor hit?
If possible, place this tranquilizer pack in the main beer vat.
Oh boy, this game misses. It misses all those things, big time. The narrative alone is insulting to every gender it tries and fails to satirize. The humor in this thing would have had players shaking their heads even in the time frame of the game's original release.
Look, I think we're done here. Retreat, scream for a medic, raise the white flag, because this game,
it's just bad.
Ain't that the truth? Alright. Let's see, what else? Play? Yeah, I think I'll go ahead and play some music for the time being. Oh, hey Bray. I'm drawing a shaman for Arc Fight. It's gonna be another shaded pick. Good one. I honestly can't believe I somehow missed this duel. And these two I could just this. There we go. Much better. Yeah, probably gonna take a quick break once I'm done with the line art for this. I don't wanna have dessert. Shading's gonna take a long time. Okay, there we go. Alright, I'm gonna BRB for a bit. I will be back soon. Okay, I'm back. Really in the mood for ice cream, so we're back to working on this thing. Also, hi, Raymond. I forgot to say that. This is definitely going to be one more interesting. Whoops. Okay. I need a textured airbrush for this. I have any on standby. Yeah, I don't know what'll work. Let's try this one. That sounds promising. I got. Yeah. No idea how I managed to make this thing, but hey. Maybe you'll have a particle count. Right. Gotta check. Ah. That weirdo earlier. Oh, it's some weirdo. Alright, I'll check it out. Could have been specific beforehand. Which user were you again? I meant on Art Fight. Sorry. I kind of draw late at night, so. Be really tired during these. Let's see the attack. Okay. I see it now. For some reason it didn't load up until just this moment. Yeah, I guess our fight's going down. Yeah, I like it though. Thank you for that. Sorry for sounding really impatient there. I'll go ahead and leave a comment. Okay. Looks good. Thank you so much. No worries. Okay. Got the eyes done. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is the wrong tone for this. Okay. Got more shades. Turned on the large fan. I better open the window. Okay, there we go. All right. Let's start it. Dang it. There we go. Hey, let's score. I'm doing fine. I'm drawing a revenge attack for someone. Gonna make it my second shaded attack. Yeah, kinda. Except they made the attack first. Hence the revenge angle. Oh, yeah, it's called Art Fight. Let me link it real quick. Yeah, basically, it's an art trading game where you draw other people's characters. It's really fun for networking, so I definitely recommend it. Even if you don't think you're good at drawing. Hey, always a good tool to learn. Uh, It's mainly a variety stream. Some days I do shiny hunting, some days I draw. It really depends on the day and what I have scheduled. Uh, I'll make it. I don't really know what that means. Sorry. Okay. Good. I like it. You're interesting and quiet. Yeah, I usually don't talk much on streams, so thank you very much. Do occasionally play music on the stream though. I mean, like whatever Donkey Kong country music I can find. SDK music slaps. Okay, There we go. No worries. You have a good night. There we go. That's better. Yeah, but yeah, this is a lot of details between shading. Oh, that's great, Raymond. Oh, thank you. It'll look prettier once it's done. Hmm. I'll make this nasal. Oh, hey, Tim. Yeah, it's apparently a galaxy shaman. Yeah, whoops. Not done with this yet. Really need post nasal. Hey, Floss. Late. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Like a bit of a complex word right there. Oh, I got even more than that, but I could only fit 100 characters on Art Fight, so yeah, I'm. My rule is I'm gonna retire one of them as soon as one gets 100, or no wait, as soon as one gets 10 pieces of fan art, say for my Vtuber Loro Seas, I am going to retire them from Art Fight permanently. Yeah. I collect OCs. I am very prominent in the adoptable scene, so yeah, it just means that you get you treat them uh, with the equal amount of respect. Or what you have is more special, yeah. Or you know what I'm saying, right? Oh, no, only like, maybe like 5 or 6 of those characters came from design a character. Some of them are just the characters I adopted. Others are characters I just made and didn't feel like putting up for adoption. I don't know what that means. What can I say? I like design drawing OCs. Actually, what's your username on Artfight? I'll go ahead and give you a follow. I even attack a couple of your characters. Okay, there we go. And we'll follow. Yeah, nice. Even have your cat on here. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, give me 1 second. Yeah, well, it was kind of getting weird. Oh, wait, did you mean the user or who? Or your cat? Yeah, probably a song Yeah, probably singing a weird song that I don't know the context of. I really wasn't to a lot of recent music, unfortunately. Really should get around to finding out what's trending these days. guys. I think that's it for the shading on this one. Add a final touch. Indeed. Let's see, where's oh wait, right. I could just click this. And I really haven't played it in a good while. Oh, it's someone else's OC. It's apparently a Galaxy Shaman, from what I can tell. Doing a revenge attack for someone. Decided to make it my second ever shaded attack. Yeah, tell me about it. Act. Got the overlay done. One last step. Go ahead, old Ghost Shaman. I am going to... alright. Have fun with it. Don't spoil the surprise. Hmm. Damn, I need to relocate that. I'm watching a commentary video. Sorry. Maybe next time. Well, it's almost done, so... How about Bly Subway servers? Nor am I reading any Reddit stories with a shitty AI voice. Alright, anyway. Alright. Just gotta support time lapse real quick. Yeah, maybe next time. Alright. Well, with that, I'm gonna go ahead and call the stream for tonight. I'd like to thank everyone for coming, and I will see you all next time. Take care, everyone.